Good afternoon, everybody. What a wild couple of days it has been, as far as RuneScape goes. So, if you were here for Thursday's stream, we got in that day we got 2 volatiles and a helm that day, and yesterday we got a second pet and another volatile, which means we've gotten 3 volatile orbs in what is that 80 79 78 78 kc. We've gotten 3 volatile orbs. What the hell, man? Just give me the mace. Let me out of here, please. Definition of insanity. Welcome to RuneScape, I guess. It's the classic miner going for diamonds meme. You just keep going. If you just keep going, you'll get it eventually. And the sad part is, though, 4400 KC, that's 550 hours if I'm doing 8K, 8K PH consistently. Um, that's still like a third of what we spent on Corp. So it's not even that bad yet. The difference is Corp was a lot of AFK and me doing other stuff in between all the chicken phases and stuff, and this is a lot more active and demanding, but yeah, no, we're not even that bad, indeed. Much prefer the resources from Corp, though. These aren't bad, but Corp was a lot of money and cannonballs and stuff. I got that got half the clan's average EHP and PNM alone. Okay, when you put it like that. I was in Discord yesterday with Jake and them, and they were just looking at our clan versus some other clans on the clan finder. And he posed the question, who do you think has the most EHP in the clan? It's like, me, obviously. And then he was just looking through some of that stuff, and apparently I'm 15th overall for irons, and I think 70 something overall EHP. And then I'm in the like 20 or 30 or something like that for EHP as well. Put a lot of time in. That's right. At this rate, will be 4,500 by Monday. Oops. And if I push it really, really hard, might even be... Oh, no, never mind. I'm going to be gone next Thursday. I was going to say it might even be 5,000 by next weekend, but that's probably not going to happen. We are to the stage, though, where I don't really feel like doing anything else. If I'm online, I'm going to be doing this boss. No more 30 per day. Okay, let's move on to something else. Like, no, we just need to get it done. Have I done a buffed RSRA test here? I have not. I was going to run a DPS calc just to see how it compared to Scythe, but I forgot. We can do it next one. I think it would be better if you're doing multi-kill trips, because in between that, I'll be, starting from scratch every time. And obviously, if that's your best crush weapon, it's going to be good. How you been, brother? Been doing pretty good. Spirits are high. Job searches ongoing. It's pretty cool. Up and now I can get 2 stacks back on Sleepwalker on then on Nightmare, which does the explosion thing. Oh, I suppose, yeah. It just says that she's immune or whatever. Okay. Oh, yeah. I thought it was a purse up. I second guessed myself. Alright, let's get sword bricks. Collect. This is so nice. My inventory is exactly how I left it. I love it. Alright, we'll do sword bricks for like a kill. It might be the best on the sweep, but I've been saying it since Wednesday. It's like, yes, this is what I wanted 6 years ago. It's been a long-term complaint that I've had. It's so nice. All right, we will try sober packs. People are gonna say just don't die. Okay, yeah, fuck yeah. Do some difficult content. That was half of my frustration with Yama and going for the contracts. And also the Blorva is just that it's very difficult. You have a high likelihood to die, and then every time you do, not only you have to run back twice, Yama you don't have to, but the Blorva you do. But basically you have to go back to the bank, reset your entire inventory, because it's easier to do that with your bank tags than try and reorganize your shit. I hope the family's doing well. It's been a while. Life's been hectic. I echo that sentiment. How's the 200 mil all been going? A little bit slow because my primary focus has been this boss. So I've been doing some bone mining on the side. I have cashed in about 1,000,000 bone fragments, but we're still 29 mil away from that. So if you look me up on Temple, for instance, you're going to see my EHP has been kind of lackluster compared to last year. But that's because we've been stuck here. Oh, you're already on Smash, okay. I wonder, how many stacks do you need and how many pieces do you need to one-shot the parasite? Hey, Polo. Still a Chad? Yeah, the XP doesn't ever get reset, so. I need to pay attention, though. I'm here to bring the drop. Let's see it. I'm sick of this boss. Piety and Axe might do it. Okay, I should bring that to the house. I'm curious. SGS, Piety, Pharaohs, and Rancor. Oh. Of course, it all depends on how many stacks you got. Which, we're still up to 4. And then you do this to get your stack back. So I'm back up to 5. Yeah, the fact that you don't lose stacks every 30 seconds is really nice. Okay, we're gonna try just a 2. That's plenty, okay. So I can ditch them all then if you do that. Oh no. I'm not used to mailing the last one, so that's weird. Because you know, the pathing works for whenever you clicked on it, so it follows the path if you yeah. $73 max hit. No way. Scythe is what, 80 something? I think that has more accuracy though, right? But yeah, sub 5 minutes, not bad. We'll send another one. And so then if now that it's charged up on my run back, I'll also start at like 3 stacks or so. Yeah, 73 max without Rancor. I had a 73 max with Rancor. Oh. Oh. That's what you meant. One, zero, zero. There we go. Why did I do that? So one way on Parasite, you think? Okay. I did a 2-way there, so I'll try one way. Nope. I might have been down 2 stacks. I mauled it? Oh. I thought to myself when I was switching to, okay, I don't need the Rancor, I don't need the Rancor, I don't need the Rancor. forgot to make the connection of you're using the Soul Reaper axe. Yeah, okay. No, it was phase 1, so we'll get it on phase 3 as well. Oops. It's right, is you didn't even notice that until after you mauled the dog. Come on, axe, hit. What are my thoughts on the new Mega? It's insanely OP for anything crush related. Very excited. Kind of has an executioner thing with its spec now. It gains accuracy. Minimum hit with stacks. Yeah, I think something like that. Well, I think it had accuracy before, didn't it? It just, they buffed it. Or maybe it didn't have plus 50%, I don't remember. It's been increased from 6 to 12. Okay, so it did already have some. Maximum of 60% at 5 stacks. Okay. Minimum hit threshold, 6 players. Okay. So yeah, I guess if you wanted to, you could end the final hit with that. As long as it doesn't miss. Alright, so axe. Soul Reaper axe. One-way Soul Reaper axe. With piety. Oops. It does indeed. Alright, so we can ditch them all then. Yeah, I was thinking about it. Yeah, I was worried that, well, you know, what if you're at 0 stacks or 2 stacks or 3 stacks? It's like, well, that's not going to happen because if it happens in phase 1 when you are that low of stacks, then you're in melee gear and you have so much extra sync bonus from the melee gear that it doesn't matter. And unless your mage phase is just taking absolutely a shit ton of time. You'll never be at below 3 stacks, I think. So if it's like 20 or 30 health left or something, then we'll pop it. If it can hit. Okay, we'll try the spec. Shwing! Yeah, we can go test that. Mace today, surely. Yeah, I hope so. Alright, so Potted, but no piety. 39. 41. 44. So definitely need piety. Okay, and then with piety. 48. 50. Okay, 3 stacks won't be enough. You need 4. You have to have 5 stacks. So if you drop a stack, you won't be able to one-shot it. That sucks. So maybe just for safety's sake, you still do like a 2-way. Because then at 3 stacks, I'm guessing. Yeah, 3 stacks is 55. So if you do a 2-way, I guarantee it. What does 3-way no piety hit? No piety. I think gloves is the next most impactful, right? So that's not enough. Was Maul 2-way piety? 2-way piety. Yeah. 2-way piety is well enough. 56. So let's see. What if 4-way? I mean, it's probably helm would be the next. That would be enough if you're 4 stack. Does helm hit? Helm hits a lot higher, so probably helm. Altar, you think? I know Blexy just camps Altar. 55. That would be enough. 4-way, no piety, or 2-way with piety, and 4 stacks is enough. I don't know the income buffs. Well, it's way less strength bonus. It just has more accuracy, and you don't really care about accuracy. So Altar would give it that 3 max hits. That would be pretty significant. So yeah, if you want to do 4-way swap, no piety, or just 2-way with piety, I prefer these being these being my most impactful starting ones, even though the strength bonus is here just for accuracy more than anything. Yeah, so we can bin them all. We can even do this. I can bring 2 more food in, man. Oh boy. It's gonna be funky. Time for IAC swap? Why? Oh, I see. That's just so much more shit to manage. I hate making changes 4,000 kills in. What is DPS of the Sawyer Brax though? I wanna what is it on paper? That's what I wanna know. If it's like a 2% difference over scythe, then I'll probably just bin the scythe. But it is a good thing that if you have access to Sawyer Brax, this is gonna be a lot better for you. All right, so Soul Reaper axe, and then we'll plus it with the scythe against the PNM. Not that that really matters all that much. Make sure you are on Crush. Make sure you're on Crush. And then for the Soul Reaper axe, so Scythe is that right? Oh, wait, hold on. Let's make sure your stacks are up there. Soul stacks at 5. Scythe is still a bit better. What was that kill time? That was 550. It was a really slow kill. But DPS wise, Scythe is 10.22 DPS divided by 9.649. Scythe is still 6% better when Sorry Brax has all the stacks. So not counting the first however many that you need to get up. And then without stacks, it's, I mean, obviously it's significantly better, but am I missing? Just let me double check. Super Combat, Crush, Piety. Yeah, so Scythe is still 6% better on paper. Is there a rat you can zero tick? Loss hit on the way to the pool. Um, well, again, if you're doing regular kills, you're not bank standing like this. You can get back there when you have like 3 stacks left, so it's not really that bad. I'm just looking at it when it's at a full 5 stack and Scythe is 6% better. So I think I will stick with Scythe. But let's try a couple more with it just for fun. Let's see if I'm gonna be opening up my inventory. You need to be there. No, you need to be there. What's Mace in between the two? I can. Do I still have it up? 1 second. That'd be crazy if Mace would be between the two. Well, hold on a second. What I'm assuming that this has been updated by now. Avernic, Defender, Mace on, Crush aggressive. Mace is like 1 to 2% better than a full stack SRA. 9.77 DPS versus 9.65. It's ever so slightly better. And that's assuming that you can keep up your attack cycles in the 5 tick phases, of course. Bludgeon. Bludgeon is a full DPS worse than SRA. It's 8.7 versus 9.65. Yeah, Mace really got a glow or a hit. Can we view the stats of a thing? No? Shit. Go back. Inquisitor Mace. I guess I could look at my personal stats here. 168, 72. Just making sure that it actually has the current. Hit my num key. Shit. 178, 68, 172, 96. Right? Yeah. And then what is Inquisitor Mace's strength bonus right now? 96. Okay, so it has been updated. That's good. Yeah, so those numbers are then current, yeah. I guess I could show you what I should have been doing this before. I'm sorry. Anyway. So first loadout is SRA, Scythe, Mace, and Bludgeon. Scythe clears it by about 6%. It's just got that max hit, and then slightly less on the accuracy side, but it's rolling 3, so it's pretty good. Mace, Bludgeon, yeah. Well, that's good. I'm glad you check it. Like I said, we'll do a couple more kills with SRA just for fun. Let's see, we'll put you there, which means I now have room for extra food. I have 2 extra food because we're not bringing in malt. Put the necklace there. So we just do that, I guess. Something like that. Just covers up more mistakes. It's what it does. I didn't even realize that kisten was two-handed. Dude. Yeah, when I going from Voidwaker to Kisten, yeah, it's +1 because now I can equip the book in the offhand instead. The zeros feel really bad though, man. Good thing I brought extra food because I'm gonna need it. First time seeing that, sorry, stack plugins fucking with my head. It is very counterintuitive because um another thing to be wary of when you're using this, by the way, is um the button doesn't depress when you click it. You just have to trust that you clicked it. I used it a lot during the Slayer, and I got used to it, but it was kind of a struggle. And then the timer, you can have I think you can have a separate timer for the stacks losing as well. I don't know if it's enabled. I don't know if it's enabled or if it's just not been calibrated to the new solar bracks yet or not. Maze Radish would leave you and leave the range husks alive. I don't know, they can kind of fuck you up. They can hit up to like 20, can't they? Fuck. Oh, the spec missed. Lame. As the Ranger Major perfectly off ticks. So the Major attacks first, so you can flick against it. But I thought we had this discussion before. Fasani is on like a 7-tick attack cycle or something, and they're on like a 4-tick. So they would never be always out of sync. Fasani would every 7th attack would sync up with them. And then that's also not including their melee, which I think comes a tick earlier, right? So you just have to, well, it also you can't just keep them alive because now you can't move. All right, we'll do one more just for the melee phase. Okay, it's worth trying, I guess. The shield sounds so bad. It does. I don't know. I don't know why people are like, "Oh yeah, it's good. It's great." It's stretching the way you approach the bosses just to try to get some use out of it. Agile Scarab tech, don't worry. Yeah, they'll... I don't know. And I'm also of the opinion I don't think 5 rewards is enough. I'm used to starting with this, not having equip it. And then just miss the shield slam on Kefri. Yeah, that's... I mean, I just did that with the Sawyer Brags here. It's like, oh, and here I saved up all my stacks to hit a 0. Got it. It feels bad. I'm concerned with only 5 rewards that the number of purples you're going to see are very slim. So, unless they keep them, you know, say every 30 raids on average or something like that. But then you're going to be done with the raid and theoretically a couple hundred KC then if there's only 5 rewards and if they keep the drop rate the same. So if they're trying to hit a certain KC expected to complete, that means the drop rates for those are going to be 1 in 40, 1 in 50 raids or something. The husk does no chip through prayer. Correct. So you would just need to phase tank it. Fortunately, that shield has flat damage reduction, right? So, but they can still hit up to like 20 or something. You're gonna be taking a lot of damage. Well, I think sometime this week they said we're getting the poll blog for that already. No more proposals. We're just gonna go straight to voting on it. Shield Burger, Scars, you always have the wrong opinion. We're not making the Cox mistake again. We have 5 rewards from a raid. 5? Cox has 12. Obviously, we're not going to go up to 12. The last 2 raids, Tob and TOA had 7. That seemed fine. You're supposed to spend a couple hundred hours there. Fine, put the hybrid armor back in. No, the hybrid armor can stay gone. Doesn't make sense for a learner armor set like that to come from a raid. What about Justy? What about Justy? That is... Yeah, I'm so used to switching. I was looking for my mace. It's hard to have more rewards without an armor set. There's that. Armor set is just free numbers. It is. Like, you got... If you come up with a good idea for an armor set that's 3 pieces, there you go. And that's where their original idea that, oh, it just didn't seem to be as exciting or get much traction. It's like, well, if you're going to have a large emphasis on standard spells in the raid, like we're getting +2 max hits for all of our standard spells, and probably something elemental weakness related in the raid. Hey, elemental weakness set. There you go. Done. That was hard. I mean, we both did the Maggot King with autocast fire spells, right? So, like, that's a 5 tick and it was okay. Elemental weakness can be decent without the harm. All I'm saying is it doesn't make a lot of sense for them to make harm this much more common for no reason. So there's got to be a reason for it. Alright, I think I'm done with the Solar Brax. The reason is that it's too rare to begin with. About that. I don't know how I feel about the rarest thing from this boss being the mace. This mall has been sitting in the bank for 5 years. Imagine if you had to walk all those KCs instead of teleporting to the lair. Yep. Well, when Fasani came out, there was a teleport. It just wasn't guaranteed, and you had to do 100, whatever. That was part of the reason they added it. Or... yeah, pre-Fasani, when you're running to the Nightmare for the 1+1 kills or the solo kills. There's a reason why this boss has been last on my list for things to do. The uniques just were not very useful or worth it. It's the Iron Man graveyard for a reason. Yeah, you just don't need him. And then Torva came out, and that just added another notch against Inquisitor, because, well, why would I want Inquisitor when Torva has so much better strength bonus, and it's better for Scythe and everything. And then Old Plate came out and made it even worse. Old Plate had, at the time, Old Plate had better strength bonus than Inquisitor, so it wasn't even that good. Bonking with Lance is such a great time. Yeah, so was the switching to Armadillo because it was tankier than Inquisitor for the auto attacks. I hope someday they let us break down Justy and bring the defense of Inquisitor up to Oath Plate. Not even Torva, just up to Oath Plate. And then have a similar idea of like it's good, it's best against Crush and okay against the other two, kind of like Oath Plate is best against Slash. Bring the defense level up and all that other good stuff. Breaking it down for Vials of Blood, I'd be okay with that too. Again, I think long term the solution is having a better out of game or out of TOB method of getting Vials of Blood and not 5 to 10 per hour. Just forget to hit my heart at the start. Base. Yeah, none of these NPCs are attackable either. As far as I can tell, there's no way to get charges or, keep them up while you're running there. Oh, so I watched the latest Guides for Saw video a few days ago, and he has his gear set up as a horizontal switch, right? So it's the first two rows. And normally, horizontal switchers go down, diagonal, down, diagonal, down, diagonal, right? They zigzag across. This dude does across, diagonal, across, repositions, and then does the other cross, diagonal, cross. So he does two vertical switches on a horizontal switch. The only other one that I can think of that's kind of weird like that is Curtis. He does a horizontal switch into a vertical switch in a vertical setup. So the first two are horizontal, then it was vertical. It's I don't get it. Pick one. He doesn't take thralls to Maggot King, just jet charge. It's one inventory, well, two, I guess, if jet charge. Thralls are 0.6 DPS. Why would you not do that? Hello? If anything, you drop the death charge and do thralls instead. Like thralls are definitely worth more than that. Swap the cosmics for aethers and boom, yeah. He got speed time with all thralls, well, so did I, but I was on standard spells. Alright, I'll be right back 1 second. Nyx is foaming at the mouth after we did those DPS calcs, and he realized that it's like a full DPS higher using Solar Prax. And then using Solar Prax at Maggot King as well is pretty damn good. Why just ain't giving out, man? I might be able to help you with that. Way better now with the life drain. Yeah, that's what finally clinched it for me. Let's see, where are they? I've only got 3 extra axe heads. You want one? Let me scroll through. How far down was that? Yeah, we got, let's see, our first axe head 219, 540, 585, 773. I didn't get my Altor until 1800 though. Pre-nerf. My axe luck was at Wisp and Levy. Yeah, I went. Shoot, I went. I got my Whisperer one really early, 38. My Duke was just before the Vestige. Those are pretty late, 1300. And then Leviathan, 659. So I think that's lucky. The Vestige last again. I got 2 pets and 2 axe pieces at Levy for Vestige. The axe pieces were back to back. Then also don't forget that the Sawyer Brax also got an additional 4 strength bonus this week as well. So minimum an extra max hit. It's right, sorry, Brax. I loved you every step of the way. Even back when you'd lose stacks after like 7 ticks or 8 ticks or something like that. And then when you lose your stacks back then, also by the way, you didn't get your health refunded, so next time you regained a stack, you're just minus another HP to get that stack back. It was really bad. It was even tough to use in Slayer because of that. You'd kill a mob, and maybe the mob was a ranged mob, so it wouldn't follow you to the corpse, or the loot pile that it dropped, the previous one dropped. And so just by, attacking, going to loot a thing, and then coming back and attacking the mob again, that would be enough time to oops. I thought we were in pillar phase. That'd be enough time to lose a stack, and then you tank another 8 damage. Start bringing Blood Fury on some of my melee Slayer tasks because of it. Just as a swap, like I wouldn't camp it the whole time. Mace. Why is the RuneScape Twitter posting memes about Avatar? Wait. Conspiracy theory tinfoil hat time. I remember seeing something about the 4 elements yesterday, and now there's another one about Avatar. Are we in this raid's reward block? Are we getting the elemental armor set, and is it gonna look like Aang's armor set or like Aang's outfit? Is that what we're doing? We're gonna get the elemental armor set, huh? Why else? Why else are they posting crap about Avatar? Surely. Now people are, experiencing a boss like Mega King, where it's like, oh wow, this is stuff you can do with elemental weakness. This is pretty kind of, it's kind of cool. Little burn effect. I don't know what sort of effects you'd have with the other types, if any, but maybe that could be part of the special effect of that armor set too, is that when you're casting a standard fire spell, it applies a burn effect. When you're casting, I don't know, earth, it's a bleed effect. I don't fucking know, whatever. Because they said that they were waiting on some more concept art for stuff. I don't know if that just means the tome or what. Oh, I keep forgetting I can also do this to pull out another potion too. Right, right, right. We have the technology now. Did I not? I thought I did. Hand on opium. Clever. Oh, really? Yeah, why? Why? Hey, Bomb Blaster. Yeah, it's been a wild couple of days. We, in a matter of, I think I said 78 KC, we've gotten three, count them, three volatile orbs. Brings us up to 5 and 12 orbs total. And we got a second pet yesterday. Pet's not all that surprising, because I think we're owed probably 2 or 3 total anyway. Maybe, well, at least 3, maybe 4. It's been a wild couple of days. Hey, Tom. Thanks for the 3 months of Prime. Good luck today. Thank you, sir. Actually had a decent amount of luck the last couple days, just not in the right places. I've seen the chat spam. What you didn't see is me crying off screen. Like, yeah. Don't worry, I have a strong confidence we can still finish before 3,000. No, I did not misspeak. I should be crying at Duke, but 1330 with one ring roll. I think I was... Just looked it up earlier, but yeah, that definitely sucks. Do you at least have your axe piece from there? Because I think I was in that 1300 rate. This is before we had ring rolls, so I had no clue how close I was. I think I was like 1400 before I got the axe piece, and then shortly thereafter I got the ring. No axe, but 2 full vertisets. Wow. Where were you during bingo, damn it? I had family visiting during bingo, so I couldn't commit. Fair enough. I was on the losing team, so Sunday I had other commitments that I was planning on leaving after bingo that I ended up just doing it earlier because there was just no chance that our team could catch up at that point. Oops, that's not what I meant to drink. It was a good time though. Got to Camp Fasani for a whole day, basically, and then I did Zilly for the whole second day. And a crap ton of Morcath, actually. A while since I've done a decent chunk of Morcath like that. Oh, you know what? I haven't checked into my rank in a while. I was gonna say, I thought 4400 would be like front page. It's really shit. What is front page now? Or second page though. Rank 29 looks like. For Iron Man. front page is 45.48. 45.48, that would be 4 times rate for the mace, if I get to that point. It's like 45.29, or there's like 45.30 is that 4 times rate. And then I think I can chalk it up to the thing I went to most dry for. At least in terms of like hours, expected hours to finish. So dry ice on the mace I see. Yes, sir. Pretty much completed the rest of the log about twice now. Yeah, I expected KC to get all 3 orbs for instance. All 3 unique orbs is like 3,000. So we've gotten 2 pets, many sets of Inquisitor, more orbs than staffs, which I think is funny. And if you look at number of ink rolls, I think we're 4 times rate in that terms, and at 45.30 will be 4 times rate in terms of KC there as well. So yeah. Which means we're also like about a month behind what I was hoping to be at this point in the year. I was hoping to finish before Mega King. Can you believe that's been out for almost a month now, by the way? Holy shit. And this week we're getting a new boss. Should be pretty mid-tier, I think. Not all that much, but I'll give it a try on release and see if we can get that new weapon. Time's been flying by. Yeah, my dad's new favorite saying is, "The days are long, but the years are short." Also going on 3 months unemployed. That's also interesting for me. It's been a good vacation though. 2475 on Sir without Eternals. Eternal Stone. How dry am I really? So drop rate for all stones, including smoldering, I think is 1100. So pretty dry. Not the driest I've seen though. I think Mammal takes the cake with that. I think he was like 3905 or something like that for his primordial crystal. Do you have Avernic treads and that's why you're stuck there, or otherwise I'd say just don't even bother until you get Avernic treads and come back later. No treads yet, but I've been doing Doom somewhat consistently. Okay. Yeah, and then even when you do get that, it's like 1% magic damage that it adds to treads. Otherwise, treads on their own are just better. Yeah, yeah. As Nick said, it's basically an upgrade if you got a shadow. Otherwise, more than likely, it's not going to result in a max hit or anything for you. Because I don't think that it gives you any extra magic accuracy. It's just a flat 1% damage upgrade on the treads. So it's still best in slot, and you want to go for it. But I don't know about hard camping it. I've come so far on Serb though, I must complete it. Incoming 4000 dry for the one crystal you want. I mean, you're almost 5 times rate then. Is there, what, 1 in 500, something like that, right? It's probably safe to say this might be the driest you go for something. So I guess on that front, yeah, let's see how far that rabbit hole goes. Oh, did I not? Son of a bitch. With all the volatiles that I got yesterday and the day before. It's just comical at this point. That's all you can do. You can't help but laugh. So I stopped expecting to drop at 1,000 KC and not even that. Now I'm not even mad it's taking so long. I mean, worst case, you're getting some Slayer experience and some prayer experience, right? And then if you have any pet, jar, and completionist type leanings, then there's always that stuff to look for. I'm not actually looking for the Eternal, I'm just pet hunting at this point. I'm not trying to get the Inquisitor Mace, I'm trying to get the 1 in 4K jar from this boss, which we're also dry for, by the way. Oh yeah, that's another thing that's coming out next week. That boss that that new boss is gonna have a jar for some reason. So I think my money is on they're not gonna add a new pet and they're just gonna make it a transmog for the hunter pet. And I think the rationale is gonna be, if you're a pet hunter, it's, I don't know, 50, 60 mil, maybe more, to get the pets currently. And so it's like, if you're expecting people to go close to 100 mil for all the pets here for one single skill, like what? Since when are 200 mils mandated? Yeah, so I'm hoping it's a more reasonable, like 5 to 10 hour grind to get the transmog and not a full-on pet. We'll probably end up coming back to it because I don't want to be the one to find out the hard way that, oh yeah, there was no 15 times rate multiplier. We forgot to add that. Sorry. I'm not in the mood to beta test that kind of shit. I'll do the boss, at least until I get the gear upgrade, and then I'll probably take a break, come back here. And then use that boss's pet hunt as like a palate cleanser before we go do a Doom and back to Mega King. But I think for the first few days we should probably spend the time there just because it's current relevant content and should stream the new boss, of course. Oops. Any plans on when I get the mace? I like how you threw there an if, like, no, we're getting the mace. So, short term, we'll probably hit up regular Nightmare until we get the jar. Ideally, we get the jar before, and then I've been saying the same thing for 6 months at this point. But ideally, we get the mace along the way, and then I don't have to go regular Nightmare. But if we don't, regular Nightmare for the jar, and then, given that new boss is coming out, we'll probably do that as a pet hunt now. Otherwise, the plan was go back to Doom, go back to Maggot King, pet hunt. Probably finish with the Zillion BA at that point. And just kind of do a mix of that and some skilling until Raids 4 comes out in a few months. But as I said earlier, I'm actually probably 2 months behind where I wanted to be this year just because this boss is not putting out. I estimated a reasonable, 3,500 or so to get all the orbs. I thought I'd be lacking an orb at this point, not the fucking mace. When I started this grind. And drop rate for all orbs is like 3,000 something KC. So I was expecting to go, 3,200, 3,500. Well, now we're over 4,400 now and still haven't seen the mace yet. Or the jar. So. Just gotta keep going. Alright, don't forget we can do this now. Let's see. What tips do you have for balancing tuner mill all goals with the PVM goals? Do as much PVM as you can front loading it because a lot of PVM gives skilling resources which you will need for your tuner mill grinds. Your combats and Slayer you want to overlap as much as possible. Same thing with your PVM goals. If you're a pet hunter and the like, you want to do as much on Slayer task as you can. You want to train a mix of the combat styles as much as you can, so you don't have to go do chinning in the Monkey Madness tunnels or something like that. Your magic, your prayer, your strength, and range. Sorry, your magic, your defense, your strength, your range, and your HP. Those are all combats that should happen passively. The only one that you really got to go out of your way for is attack. And you'll get a bunch of that from some of the control melees that you do, but really a lot of the Slayer tasks that I took, a lot of the melee ones, I trained attack style as much as I could because that's the other one that is not a passive 200 mil eventually. Strength is passive because you want to have all your melee weapons on aggressive as much as you can because it's max hits. Mage, you're going to be doing a lot of burst tasks, so do defensive casting for that. And long range casting, and then range is also just passive. As you can see, I did not quite have enough, or I did not get enough prayer from Slayer, but I was not focused on blue dragons, red dragons as much as I probably should have or could have been, but I was more focused on getting the clogs done, as getting all the bosses done, all the metal dragons, clogs, and that stuff that I could do along the way to 200 mil Slayer. Once I had all the clogs knocked out, then I shifted the focus to do as much dragons as I could for banking prayer. What about potential ranks that you lose out on PVMing pre-tuner mill all? Is that a concern for you? Not really. I don't really play this game for ranks per se. Especially, bossing ranks or even the overall ranks because new skills come out and the ranks get reset. The last time I was like really pushing hard for rank would have been tuner mill farming. I did a lot of excessive amounts of like bush runs and allotment runs and things like that just to push the daily XP and lock in a front page. So I guess in terms of like front page for specific skills I'm interested in, so like I should be able to get front page herb lore. I might be able to get front page prayer. But a lot of those are already kind of filled in, so it's just wherever I end up. I don't really care. Even though, especially on iron, it's beneficial to do the PVM clogging on the way to your mill. If your goals are all encompassing like that, the best order, most efficient order is to do the PVM stuff first, I think. And the way to think about it is think about the alternative. So let's say you do all of your 200 mil skills first, and then you're like, okay, well, my last skill is going to be 200 mil Slayer. Well, now you're not getting any combat experience for that because you're already 200 mil. And then you knock all that stuff out, and it's like, okay, cool, I did all my Slayer in the catacombs, nothing but burst tasks and whatever. Now I'm going to play the rest of the game, and I'm going to go get my PVM items and, get nothing for it because I don't need the skilling resources or anything else because I'm already done. So just, to me, if you're planning on doing PVM ever, and you're focused on post 99 training skills and 200 mils and that stuff, I think it's the obvious choice to do your PVM stuff first. I've actually lost a couple of overall high score ranks this year because I'm not really gaining a lot of new XP. I could probably catch a rank or two if I just knocked out, quote unquote, 200 mil thieving, because that's a pretty fast 200 mil. But I don't really want to spend 4 months doing that right now. I want to get this mace. This is the last item I need for tools in my toolbox for PVM stuff. This is the last upgrade. And then at that point it becomes focusing on some pet hunts, focusing on probably at that point mixing in some 200 mil thieving. We're still working on herb runs as much as we can, because we're getting pretty close to that. I'd really like to lock in a front page on that if I could. Fortunately, that means I have a lot of Master Mixology ahead of me, because I definitely don't want to do that post 200 mil. But they hinted at potentially reworking that sometime soon, so it's like, well, I don't really want to do it before they nerf the shit out of it, so they're going to make it easier and less costly for me to spend time there, then I'm going to wait for it. And then there's another thing that I've been coming to terms with this year, especially because of um, rainbow crab training, and now there's going to be a new goat pet, potentially, or at least a goat transmog. Post 200 mil training it's gonna happen at some point. Like I've been doing, I'll probably end up doing 5 to 10 mil post 200 mil hunter just to get all of this stupid rainbow crab meat that I need for crab paste for all the herblore training that I'm doing. To get the goat transmog and the goat pet, that's going to be a bunch of post 200 mil hunter as well. If it ends up being a pet, at least I have the benefit of getting the 15 times rate on hunting it, so it should save some time there. And then of course all this combat stuff I've been doing has been post 200 mil for at least 8 months now. So it's just kind of it's kind of a similar situation to people that max, for instance, and then now I can finally play the game, and then any experience that you gain post max is just whatever, it's worthless, and they don't really care about it. Same idea, I guess. Am I missing any pets? Oh yeah, I have 50. Shit, I haven't actually looked at them. Sorry, I have 65 pets. So I'm missing 4 right now. It will be 5, potentially 6 pets as of Wednesday, though. Am I farming the umbrals? They seem to be juicy for herblore nowadays. You should definitely farm the umbral coral as soon as you can, as much as you can, before they nerf the shit out of it. Or maybe they did already. I don't actually know. I abuse the shit out of it though. I've got 12,000 left. This was 18,000 at one point, I think. So the horn plus the fish offcuts is enough to get me enough crab paste that when combined with the prescription goggles is enough for this. This is all my umbral coral. And these are over 200 XP each, so that's 2.4 million herb XP banked right there. I've also got a crap ton of snapdragon that I need to farm up the eggs for eventually. I'm trying, because we're really, really close to the end. I am about 199 left for 200 mil herblore. Crazy to think of that. My focus is not just shifting on, high XP per hour, good XP herbs. I'm trying to future-proof myself as much as I can. So even though Torstal's using them with Jenga berries is more XP per herb, I am favoring doing super combats to future-proof my super combats. Because once I'm done with 200 mil, I don't want to do any more herb training if I can help it. Obviously, there's going to be new potions and new ingredients and stuff like that that come out. So similarly, I am planning on doing a bunch of Master Mixology to use up all the Huasca that I got to get as much of that as I can. I've made all of the Surge Potions I had tallow for. And again, just trying to future-proof as much as I can before the end of it. We're still waiting on Wesley Crusher, because this is a good 900k worth of Herb XP and just weapon poisons right there too. So, we've got well over 190 mil banked right now. So, looking to bank less than 10 mil left by the end of the year. So, I'm pretty sure I'll be hitting that this year. It's just a matter of when. And at that point, we stop doing farming contracts, we stop doing herb runs, and that'll free up, 30 minutes a day, thereabouts. It's going to be kind of weird because it's been like a thing to warm up the clicks, kind of get engaged in the game again every day, and as a way to wind down at the end of the day. I had a similar experience when I finished 200 mil farming, which was a lot of daily tree runs or multiple tree runs a day. So it'll feel like another empty hole for a while. Ooh, Mudbird got it in Ankh Bottom. Nice. So it'll take some adjustment to get out of that again, but I'm sure we'll find other places to use up that time. Maybe we'll do half an hour of wire thieving to get some bullet shards or something on a daily basis. I don't know. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. As I said, it's probably not going to happen until the end of the year. Oh, and then my kingdom, I'll probably stick the 5 that I had in herb into coal, I think. Start prepping for the smithing grind, because I have a feeling I'm going to be lacking coal. I do like 1200 VAR with Sice since getting GM time and 2 bleed trips, and I beat my PV. I'll just wait till you get a Solar Brax. Oh, it's not. Yeah, Blade got +4 strength and a bunch of accuracy on it. It's pretty good. Need to get back on the catching like 1,000 rainbow crab a day that I was doing for a bit. Just finish it. I've got basically a week or 2 left of that. Just get it done. I can stick my boat back up to where I can overnight salvage and start working on that crap again. 4% worth in Scythe, roughly, because it's accurate. Yeah. Oh, because you're on accurate. What the fuck? I tried telling people everybody's a 200 miller, they just don't know it yet, and here you are training attack XP. They're just nerfing the chest to get the frags right, not the corals. Memory serves, the lower levels of farming, you get less corals or something like that. So you're not going to get 200 per trip at that like mid and lower levels, because people were opting to do that rather than traditional herbal training. If memory serves, I think post 99 with secateurs and all that stuff was the same or similar. But they gave it more lives and a higher chance to use the lives to try and flatten the curve a bit. I don't know, this is probably like a month or 2 ago now. I forget what exactly they did to it. Oftentimes with these sorts of updates, I kind of just write it off as, well, I'm done with that, so it doesn't really affect me, and don't internalize that information. I missed one. So let's say you get 200 mil accuracy, 200 mil attack. Are you gonna go to defensive swings then too? Or are you just gonna say magic will take care of that eventually and go back to aggressive? It'll be a tough choice. So when Mew got his 200 mil ranged, because he killed a lot of blue or black dragons, he ran the math and like the cost because he wanted to do the same thing with Shadow, and Shadow was slightly worse than Tebow at the time. To work on 200 mil magic, 200 mil mage like that, and he's like, man, it's so much more expensive, and it greatly cuts into his profits and that kind of crap, and I don't know. I called him crazy because I just tried pointing out, well, when you go back to Slayer and you're going to work on that, you're going to be doing a bunch of burst tasks, you're going to get a lot of defensive casts, why do you care? But I guess it was at least working towards something rather than continuing to train post 200 mil range. Two shot. I will be right back. Right, 15 down, at least 15 more to go. I think today we're going to try for, post stream anyways, we're going to try to get over that 50 KC mark so that tomorrow we can hit 4,500. Have they said they're removing the Scythe Crush option? No, but I've heard I've heard a lot of people clamoring to do that. It is its own category, and I'd argue that it makes more sense for it to have the stab option than a crush option anyway. And then now we have Sawyer Axe and Zombie Axe and a whole bunch of other crush options that it would suck to see it go. I guess it all depends on how hard the new Crush Mega Rare is going to be to get. If time to get is less than a scythe, then I'd say, yeah, sure, let's just get rid of the Crush option and make it stab. Now, there's an interesting thought, though. Like, if that becomes a stab option, now the scythe looks really good at TOA because it has a stab option. Remember on TOA release, and everyone's like, oh yeah, we're gonna scythe everything because it's a mega rare, it's a melee weapon. And everything's just weak to stab, and scythe doesn't have that, so like, shit. Shit. Just over 5,000 KC without axe head. Unlucky. Oh, you saw a Vard log. I gotcha. Thought you were saying that. I'm like, holy shit! I didn't realize you were that deep. What's the drop rate for the axe head? One in less than 1,100? Okay. Why did I not switch prayers? Humble. First delete of the day. Very nice. sometimes. Good morning, Bubba. No mace, but we're up to 5 volatiles. Nice sniper. Huge for the account? Yeah, sort of. Zammy Bruise. I'll be right back 1 second. Hello. Good morning, Santa. Okay. Now that's taken care of. I wonder if they're gonna update these statues here. If they get rid of the scythe crush option, you know. Chromium ingot, let's go! Could have been your third Altar. Could have been. Husks aren't a problem, guys. Honest. can't believe you're still here. That sucks, man. Is what it is. Just hoping to stem the bleeding one of these days. I'm already like 2 months behind where I was hoping to be at this point this year. What's worse is that we still haven't gotten the jar yet either. At least we have the jar, then it's like, alright, Mace is the final thing we need. We're done and out of here, but we get the Mace, it's like, yeah, we got the Mace. Oh fuck, now I have to do regular nightmare for the jar yet. Ugh. That could be another 100 hours, who knows. I may, if that were the case, I may take a short stint and do some thieving, get a few blood shards so I can just camp it with Blood Fury and brain off it. Being able to camp a Blood Fury with that will be really nice. Although, I guess at this point, like, I'd have to... Would it be better with that, or... Yeah, I think it would be better with Mace than Sleeper Axe. It's ever so slightly better than Sleeper Axe. SGS spec is enough. Oh yeah, so I will bring SGS for the Sleepwalker's Knife. That's where I'll be using my spec. I won't be bringing a DPS spec weapon at all. But that plus Blood Fury, probably Ayak as well. Hello. Wrong signal. Yeah, so SGS, Ayak. And if we're bringing Ayak, it might even be just like 6-way swaps, not even bother with 8 ways. It really is just, I want KC. That's all that matters. The actual... Thank you, though. The actual contribution doesn't matter at that point. So who cares if I'm missing out on a few max hits? I'm not trying to do the most damage. Just enough that the kills are relatively fast. Most of that fight is melee anyway. Oh, there's one left. Ugh. Nice. Why is Khan at the Wildy Agility course? And is that not the main world for that anyway? Oh, shit. Guessing he's just doing a clue or something out there. Question is, why is he on that world? Yeah, that's the bounty hunter world. No shit, that's the world that you have to be on for that, isn't it? Because you get like double loot or something like that. Oh, come on. There's some sort of audio animation cancel with that spec weapon. It gets overwritten by something else and then can't take priority or something. God, I hate this prairie swamp. It's not even prayer swap though, I know. Now it is. You're gonna make me get another parasite, aren't you? Or hit. Damn it. Ooh, never mind. And one tick away, though. The two-shotter. Did I legit jinxing you on a month ago? Bros, 4.4K already, no Mace. It's fucking tragic. Yeah. And then my one of my buddies was like, 3,400 to hit 3,400. Oh, sorry, I meant 4,300. You son of a. And if I keep on it tonight after stream and into tomorrow, it'll be 4,500 tomorrow. It's pretty close to a brain off activity for me at this point, though. Is that FP? I remember seeing E-Sig going like 6k old PNM before the Atom Rate without Mace and then de-ironing. 2 minutes later, they buffed rates. Oh, rip. Front page. Oh, no. Front page is a little over 2,500. So, probably Monday or Tuesday. I checked earlier. I think it was like 45.50 or something like that. So we're getting close. It's not an honor I wanted to have, but... I don't even have a good, like, fun number to look forward to anymore. Like, I was looking forward to 4,321, 4,400. I guess it's just any old 100 breakpoint, I guess. Every number is just depressing. It is. I hate moving goalposts like that. Front page is always cool. Only front page I managed to get so far was Zelra, ranked 24 with 11.4. See, I don't put much stock in front page for bossing. I've been front page on a lot of bosses over the years, and all it takes is 20 other people and the hundreds of thousands of players to go drier than I did, and in a lot of cases that's pretty common. Like, for instance, Corp. I was ranked 9 Corp at one point, with 6,400 KC. I don't even think I'm top... I don't even think I'm on second page anymore. Just because the KPH has gone up a lot, and a lot of people are getting around doing that boss. So, boss high scores are very transitory and temporary. Skilling high scores, though, especially with individual skills, those are pretty much locked in because you can't be displaced unless you get banned, basically. So there's a couple of skills that I'm interested in potentially finishing front page. But... There's what, 3 skills left at 200 mil lock-ins? Yeah, I think prayer, herb, and agility, maybe? I actually don't know. I haven't checked in a while. I should have the herb unless there's unless 3 people have it banked or almost close to it banked and just haven't cashed it in. I should have herb. But none of the combats. I think prayer is one. Prayer is one. What else would be a good one? Smithing, maybe? It would be a non-gathering skill. Thieving, definitely not. Agility, not. Mining, not. Not smithing anymore. Unlucky. Construction, maybe? Runecrafting, no. Construction, there's 1 left. I'm not going to be able to bridge that gap in this time. Sailing, probably... No, not definitely not sailing. So prayer and herblore, I guess. I got a 15 mil to the next person and 26 mil to the person after that. I've got 190 banked. I just need to do it. And then prayer, We got 20 mil on the next guy, but that's gonna take me like all year to get that. Yeah. And then construction is like barely. That guy should be done pretty soon, so probably not gonna get that at this point. I don't have nearly enough banked, and it would take me a long time to bank that shit. Calcite isn't gonna mine itself. I've been getting a lot of calcite done in the job search, so that is still chugging along. Don't worry. It's only like a couple hours, 5 to 10 hours worth a day, but it's still adding up. We still got Doom, which will give us some prayer, and who knows what the new boss next week will have prayer-wise. I got 900 elks left, but that's for tomorrow night. Oh yeah, elk isn't that bad of a room. It's pretty fast, isn't it? Oops, sorry. And minimize the sidebar, and that fucked up. 6 hours? It's only... Really? I didn't do Infinity Hat Rope's legs. That's 40% less points to see. Ah, okay. Yeah, so if I stay on those 2 skills and get them done, those just by virtue of there's still open slots for them, it show that they are the hardest skills to bank and get on an Iron Man. The gathering skills is just a time sink, don't require any other input resources, but herb lore, construction, both of those are tied to gathering skills and then also require a huge amount of input. Like construction is big on you need a lot of GP for it, and then herblore is just big on gathering, both farming and also secondaries and stuff. So they're huge time commitments and very difficult to bank. Fortunately, con I'm banking like 10 mil a year or something like that by not woodcutting, and that saves me a lot of woodcutting. About 15 hours a month, I'd say. So I'm not really in a rush to get it done, but if I want to lock in that front page... No, sorry, con I can't. There's only one thing left. I'm not going to be able to lock that in, so there's no point in rushing for that anymore. Prayer's still in my purview, and we'll see. And if you're planning to Veil Fletch, but I got some shards from... Yeah, that was on the timeline. I don't think it's significant enough to do all of that first. A large part of my fletching grind will be darts and arrows, and then I'll be doing that during like agility stuff. So fletching is probably going to be one of the later terminals. But there is some amount of prayer that you get from that, yeah. Excuse me. So it is going to be a little bit from that, just not major enough for me to want to grind all of that out first. Just under 1%, yeah. So if I do the full 2 mil there, or 200 mil there, I'd get 2 mil worth of prayer. Yeah, I'm not going to wait for that. Again, I probably don't even have... Well, maybe with the maples I would have it. I don't know. Before then, I've got thieving to work on. I've got a bunch of herb lore to work on, getting some of the secondaries and stuff. Probably have a good 10 to 12 mil mining, getting sand for crafting ready. And then who knows what my free time is going to look like in the next couple months, because if we're not work from home or remote most of those days and have a low enough workload, I'm gonna be losing about 50, 60 hours a week. Rather spending it on, making money, but... So you landed a place? No, that's my point. I don't know what I'm gonna be doing. Parasitic egg number 26. But if I get something that's hybrid or work from home, remote, full remote, at least on those days I can prop my phone up and get some bone shard mining done, at the very least. So if that comes to fruition, then the prayer is pretty much guaranteed. Do stars on office days? Yeah, I don't want to push that too much in the first 6 months or though, so that's why I would limit it to like work from home. And again, I'd either prop the phone up in front of me or I would have it on the side monitor here. Could AFK salvage too if workload's a lot? It's big AFK. Oh yeah, I know. But I would rather get prayer done even though it's click every minute or so. Before I started doing calcite mining, I did do a lot of star mining. So if there was a project that I needed to dedicate, 90+% of my focus on, because it was important or needed to get done, then I would set myself at some Varlamar star and try to get some moon halves that way. And so that's the drawback of the calcite mining, is it's a little more active than star mining. I have a massive magnet in the lab, so it's not happening there, among other safety concerns. It's fair enough. See, and that's where I was thinking about maybe transitioning into some sort of medical device manufacturer, but every one that I was looking at, and that's just everything that I've been looking at. It's, oh yeah, you gotta have 3+ years experience in this thing. Well, unless you have a candidate that's already in that field, how are you going to be attracting? I realize that that's ideal candidate has all these things, but I could look into analytical appliances. But I think that's an MSc on its own. I don't know what that means. US job recs may be different from here. You mean just I have to have some sort of certification or to do something like that? Well, and that's where I might be, if I want to switch fields, or expand my horizons, I might be forced to go the entry level job route and work up from there, but that's a pretty huge pay cut, unfortunately. Masters of Science. Oh, Masters, yeah. I definitely don't want to put off getting work to go back for a Masters. If I were to pursue a Masters, it would probably it would be with some sort of tuition assistance from the employer. That's how I would want to do it. And that usually comes with, and then you got to work for the job for 3 years or something like that alongside. It's like, well, I was wanting to work for you for this long anyway, so call that job security. You let me go, then it's on your end, and you're the one breaking the contract, then not me. So I get a master's degree for nothing out of it. Then that's the way I'd be looking at it. Still killing Pisani. Yipper. So Jagex decides to turn on the drops. I am stuck here. After hearing about Night and all, I don't know, I think that shit's really cool. I'd love to be able to get to work with Night and all and learn the material science of that and the applications and build some really cool stuff with that. You son of a bitch. Actually, I should have just beat that. We'll be fine. See, no problem. Sometimes you just get really slow kills like that. I want to make cool shit, man. That's what I want to do. Hello, troublemaker. You're getting pretty daring with the jumping up and out of nowhere. Please don't scratch on that, cat. Thank you. Did I complete the survey? The survey. What do you mean by the survey? Yeah, go cause mischief somewhere else. The OSR server. Oh yeah, I did that the day it came out. I was a little hesitant with those sorts of surveys because they have a tendency to send them through an AI and scoop all the data and try to summarize it. And they focus on the biggest pain points, the biggest points of feedback, and so some of the very niche specific things that I try to bring up because they're annoyances that maybe you wouldn't think of off the get-go, but probably have experienced. They kind of get overlooked and not addressed because it's not a wide piece of feedback or big piece of feedback. I'm hoping that when it comes to like the PvP side of things, the biggest pain point for people is the risk of losing things. And specifically, the one thing I brought up was just getting rid of the Trover Parchment system entirely. Just protect untradables. And if you want to have a higher cost for some of the higher tier stuff, fine, make it a larger repair cost, and then that larger repair cost gets transitioned to the person that kills you. Fine, great. But this whole, this one's a high tier, this one's a low tier, there's a lot of confusion, a lot of complexity there for no reason. Just get rid of it. Those lower tiers are automatically protected. Okay, so why are the higher tiers not? Just raise the cost on it. I don't get it. Hey, Brian. And then if the point of feedback is risk of losing things, okay, so how do we fix that? I've long said, well, not just protect untradables, but protect all of your loot, and then just have everything either be broken or they get your entire uncapped death fee or something like that. And then they're getting GP at the end of the day, which is really all they care about. They don't give a shit about the specific items and pieces of loot that you get. They look at the total value of the key, and they go, ah, that was a 1 mil PK, that was a 5 mil PK. That's all they're looking at. They don't give a shit what specifically they got from you. The only time that even comes into consideration is when it's, I got the AGS, and that's the clip-worthy thing that the streamer points to, or the content creator points to. I got his AGS, I got his Void Waker. So you miss out on that, but if people could bring their full gear setups and let's say you had to pay the uncapped death fees. What I mean by that, I should clarify. What I mean by that is your death fees are up to a 500k limit, right? And that's 100k per item, up to 5 items, basically up to a 500k limit. So the uncapped death fee would be, you're not limited to 500k, it's whatever the individual items is in total. So if you had 6 items that would normally have a death fee of 100k, well then it would be 600k for that alone, plus whatever else had a death fee associated with it. And so then the PKer that kills you with all that gear, because you brought Best and Sought Max with no fear of losing it other than just some death costs, then they would get a several mil PK potentially just from getting your death fees. Plus trover fees and stuff like that for untradables. Now again, it doesn't have the big swingy paydays like, oh, I got his Voidwaker and whatever thing that they were plus wanting. But I think overall you'd be getting a lot more consistent GP from doing that because a lot of people would be bringing out medicine slot gear. And then the feedback I've heard from that is, well, then it's just going to be one big turtle fest. Well, you got to realize that it's not just the PVMers out there that are bringing their best in slot gear. It's also going to be the PKers because now they can bring their best in slot gear without risking as much. You'll see ancestral setups out there and Virtus setups out there, and so it's gonna be absolute best gear versus absolute best tank gear or PVM gear, and you might actually have a fair fight, and it's not just gonna be load or stacked against what would you call the alien or the what the hell, the super high geared PKer that comes out there and just absolutely stomps on you because you're in rags. You're not gonna get that shit anymore. Then maybe I'd have a chance of fighting back, and maybe I would spend some time doing that. But another point I brought up in that survey was just, I'm an Iron Man. I have zero incentive to fight back. I gain nothing from it. All it does is waste my resources. Oh, you can potentially get their loot key and see what you would have gotten. Who the fuck cares about that? It's just a waste of time. Ah, but you can kill yourself on an alt and trade the key over. Cool. I got more money for my alt. My split alt. I don't care about money on an alt. It does nothing for me. And then when I want, say, to go and buy bonds with the alt money, I have to pay 10% more for bonds. Yay. I have zero reason to PK on this account. And of course, I'd be happy to risk more if I didn't lose items and be set back dozens of hours. Yes, exactly. More, some sort of extra cost like death fees and whatever, I'd be completely fine with. Maybe even make it double death fees, so it's up to, a minimum of 1 mil when you die or something like that, if you're bringing a bunch of gear like that, a bunch of risk. The point is, I don't want to risk my stuff and lose my stuff. I've had so many friends that are like, oh shit, we happen to be on the high-risk world, and I teleported out for a clue, and there goes my blowpipe, there goes my bofo, there goes my Masori top, or whatever the fuck it was. Like the idea of irons getting the death coffer value of the key, or being able to put towards a bond, that wouldn't be a bad idea. Problem is, then you run the risk of feeding that way. So I could load up a shit ton of money on my alt, kill it on my iron, and then there you go, death coffer fees. So it's highly abusable if you do something like that. The bonds, though, I think that if you're trading bonds to an account that's linked to your Jagex account, there shouldn't be that fee, and your bond storage should be like shared among your whole Jagex account. I think really your Jagex account should be where you're getting bonded. And let's say you have 2 accounts bonded, well then you can have 2 accounts logged in at any time that have members. And then if you want to, do a main account, an Iron Man account today, your Iron, your level 3 skillet tomorrow, just have like a limit on how many accounts can be logged in at one time. That's all that should be there. They really missed their chance when they upped the membership this last time. They could have had some 2-for-1 deal or something. Instead, they're just like, nope, you're paying more. You're getting nothing extra. And you know what? Nothing happened. Actually, what happened was I no longer have a second account bonded. I think a lot of people probably did that, and that's why bond prices are down so much. We're not paying that shit. Jagex asked about more game modes. Trying to get more sub. Yeah, that's ultimately what they're doing. I think it would go over well if you, again, could have, say, 2 accounts or 3 accounts for that membership. Then people would be willing to experiment with other game modes like that. But right now, it's like, hey, you want me to bond up another character? Not even an account, another character? And pay $15 a month for that just to try out a new game mode? Nah. Can we vote for Rocky for content creator at Jagex? At the very least, we get a mixology fix out of it. Hey, Jagex, I'm looking for a job. Fully remote employee of 8 years plus now. I get a lot of work done. I know your game very well. Hello. That was bullshit. You see what that happened there? The husks trapped me underneath her as she did her shadows. That's some bullshit, that is. Nah, they have no incentive to hire me or do anything like that because I give that information for free. Didn't know if a Sonic could delay the path out like that. So what happened was she tries to get you out out from underneath her by stepping back. I was just too far deep beneath her that after that auto attack, she just didn't have enough time to reposition because every time she does an auto attack, she stops moving, right? And had I been on, one tile underneath her, it'd have been fine, but I was several tiles underneath her. But, we're 4,400 KC. That's the first time that's ever happened. It's not a very common situation. I'm not gonna reevaluate my strategy or my setup over that. It's just a fluke. Oh boy, a project engineer role. In all honesty, I think that's where I probably need to take my career is into project management and that kind of shit. As much as I want to stay a low-level engineer and design and build kind of cool stuff, I'm realizing now that I probably need to step into like a leadership type role, which I don't want to do. I hate dealing with people. I don't like managing people. Most people are not of the same mindset as me and can put their nose down and get the job done in a reasonable time. Some people need a lot of hand holding and I can't. I hate that kind of shit. It's a skill that I need to develop and it's going to be a struggle. 21 gun salute for all the unused AGA points. Well, and that's where if my proposal for maximum mixology gets implemented, those AGA points will not be in vain. You will actually get to use them up. 1574 clogs, rank 144. What am I for irons, though? That's what really matters. All these normies out there, they get to go for clogs with absolute best in slot gear the whole time. I have to deal with crap gear to get the initial clogs. And also there's a whole bunch that are just like, oh yeah, you can just buy this clog, or it's really easy just to buy it. Like crystal keys, for instance. Laron's keys. Getting Dagon High, you can just buy it. $61 for irons? Cool. Thank you. Always gives me a ton of kill I don't use the food. Wait, what? I will be right back. 30. Yeah, so we'll definitely be able to hit that 50 KC today. Not on stream, but today. Probably see if there's any new job postings yet, and then hit that up for the rest of the day. Rest of the evening, I mean. There's no way that that's already been pirated and up on... Sure looks like it. Oh my god. The Odyssey's been out for, what, a week? God, it did not take long. I'm sending you the link, Chris. I'm not going to share it on stream, but... It's like I saw a couple days ago, the Backrooms was on there as well. It's like, God, how the hell? You want to see that movie? I've heard it's kind of meh, but it's a Christopher Nolan movie. Wait, when you said you want to see that movie, did you mean the Odyssey or the Backrooms? I love Greek mythology. Ah. So the last time the Odyssey got made, was it 1990 something? I don't know. We're seeing it on cable. I don't think I watched the whole thing. I caught it towards the end. As is usually what happens when you're watching stuff on cable, is that you're scanning through the channels and you come across something that interests you. Anyway, so I have a... I don't know, theory. So let's, like, first you have to assume that, let's say all this was true, right? And it was, you know, historical events, blah, blah, blah. Like the story goes that he comes back, and to prove that he is who he is, he shoots the arrow through the head of X number of axes in a row or something like that. And physically impossible, right? Because it's the arrow wiggles and stuff from a normal bow. And one of the other things that like stood out to me about that story or that part of the movie was, you know, the bow was so strong or so tough that only he could string it and shoot an arrow through, and then all that stuff. Um, yeah. He could string the bow that no one else could. What if? What if? So they did some like recreations of that sort of thing, and the arrow cannot get through there because the arrow's wobbling because of how the arrow is structured. So keep that in mind. What if the reason that he is the only one that could string it is because it was a compound hunting bow, modern compound hunting bow, and he's a time traveler. And you know, they would see this bow with all these wheels and gizmos and stuff, and they go, I don't know how to string it. Like, what would you... It wasn't that it was a physically tough task to do, but a just a lack of knowledge to be able to do that. And the reason why I'm bringing up the compound bow is that in their, you know, recreations of that, the compound bow, since the arrow sits in the middle of the bow and not the archer's paradox on the side of the bow, that is the only thing that could shoot straight through the arrows without the wobble. Or, sorry, straight through the axe heads. And so using the compound bow with the fact that there's no archer's paradox with it, he's a time traveler. And that was his bow. It was a compound bow. Just saying. If putting your body weight on the bow was too much of an intellectual exercise, imagine trying to string a modern compound bow for them. I gotta go take out the trash. Okay. Okay, when I come back, you'll have the mace. I see. There we go. That's what I was waiting for. I'm like, okay, sure. Here's hoping. I don't know why I thought prayer swap was on. It's not even close to that. Unlucky. What are you killing? Wow, no Mace still? This is why religion sucks? I have a long-standing theory about that's how religious practices result over long periods of time of just trying different things and the volcano is getting mad. The fire gods are mad at us. We tried throwing food and eventually it leads up to human sacrifice. And the volcano didn't erupt this year, so surely it demands human sacrifice every year. And that will appease the fire gods. What have I been doing to appease the RNG gods? Shit, you know what? You're right. Spin. 2, 3 spins. There we go. That's gonna get us the drop. Hey, quick return. Okay, Krakatara. Yeah, it's been a wild couple of days. So yesterday we got, sorry, Thursday we got 2 volatiles and a helm. Yesterday we got our second pet and another volatile, which makes 3 volatiles and 78 KC, I think it was. It's crazy. So spooned, yeah. Let me turn in one of each of the orbs and get a mace, please. Surely, if you traded in one of each of the orbs, that's worth that trade. I'd love to trade my 6 Sarah swords for a hilt. Nah, I don't think that's enough. I didn't realize I had that many healths. I experimented with different setups for Fasani at the beginning, or Fasani was pretty much this at the beginning. So, excluding that first 242 KC that I did before I had Scythe and Shadow and that stuff, I think I slowly added gears. I think I started with 6 ways. I knew that Ham Joint and Maul were going to be my parasites, and the obvious change that recently was the Blisterwood stakes instead of the blowpipe. I had Voidwaker pretty much from the get-go. So I don't think my gear setup has really changed all that much. I've adjusted the food that I bring with a little bit to what do you see now? Dumb. And then also like my potions, the Surge Pot and the Combats used to be 4 full doses, and then I realized, why am I bringing 4 doses to this place? I'm only doing 1 kill traps. I didn't have Surge Pots initially, so I think I brought like 2 prayer pots and the Santu. Then I realized that I only use 4 sips of prayer restoration at any point, so there's no point bringing that extra prayer pot, it's just a waste. Same thing with the combats, I don't know why I brought more than 1 dose at the start. Because old Dasani used to be 8 minutes, that's why. Start before the rework, yeah. And I didn't come back until quite a bit later after the rework, so people around me kind of... I paid attention to what they were bringing and made adjustments accordingly. So things like Shadow, I prefer Shadow over Ayak. I never really gave Ayak much of a try because it's a 2-tiled range, shorter weapon. So in the quadrants, for instance, you can't hit the opposite corners, and it's very limited on where you can stand because of the range. So I knew from the get-go I wanted to bring Shadow. Some people bring Lightbearer as a swap to get spec back. I prefer just the extra damage on Shadow. I can see if you're using an Ayak, you'd probably want to just camp an Oliver, or sorry, Lightbearer switch. But yeah, I would say for probably well over 3,500 KC, this is basically the same setup, minus, again, a couple things like the spec weapon changed and the Blisterwood spikes. Stakes. One other minor thing that I tweaked about 1,000 KC after it, after starting. I used to pop my spec pot right off bat, right off rip. And I found that oftentimes what would happen during a kill is that during a phase like this, let's say I popped it off rip and I just didn't see husks until much later, the sleepwalkers until much later. And so I'd be really close to having a spec, but not quite enough, and then by the time I did have enough, the pillars would start. And so I wouldn't have an opportunity to use my spec until the start of the next phase when melee began again. And I would end up overcharging my spec. I'd be 80 or 95% going into the last phase, and then I'd waste 25% spec restoration from the death charge. So I found the better way to use the spec pot, rather than popping it right off rip, for the potential to use 2 in 1 kill, is to wait until you have... God damn it. Wait until you have 30% and then use it. And try to use the spec pot in a way that gives you a spec immediately and not like just pop it because it's off cooldown sort of thing. Be more strategic when you pop that. Haven't done much Yamasuno spec pots at the moment, which is fine. Again, some kills I don't even use a spec pot because the way that the minions spawn are in such a way that I have using a spec pot in towards the end or towards the end rage would not unlock another spec. So maybe not half the time, but a lot of the times I don't even need a spec pot or use it. And so at worst it doesn't benefit you at all, and at best it gives you one extra spec is all it is. So it's pretty minor. So kind of similar thing with using manta rays versus bluefin. Technically bluefins are better, but I use 4 doses of prayer, and me bringing 2 or 3 bluefin would not save a dose of that. Maybe if I brought 5, because that'd be 25 prayer points, that might save me 1 prayer dose. But I much prefer having like a combo eat and other stuff like that in reserve. So, and then me bringing like a prayer regen pot just would not even really be needed. It's only a 5-minute fight. I wouldn't even get most of the use out of it. Still here. Yep. Come on, you shouldn't be surprised by now. We got a front page to get, man. How's this not front page? I think it's like 45, 50 or something like that for irons. You also gotta keep in mind a lot of them did their Pisani grinds before the update, so even though I'm 4 times dry, this KC before the drop rate would be only like 2 or 3 times. Alright, we'll do one more kill today. For stream, that is. We'll probably still do another 21 or so later tonight, maybe 31, I don't know. See how motivated I am. 31 would put us at 70 for the day, and if we do a similar amount tomorrow, that would be well over 4,500. Just keep chugging along. Why am I getting dinged? Why am I getting dinged? I hate when people do. So, okay. If you're going to say sorry for the at here ping, don't fucking use an at here ping. Okay? Sorry, not sorry. God, I hate this shit. Nothing. Please, stop notifying me of this. At everyone. At here. Like, you're not that sorry. Yeah, so then actually I might be front page tomorrow, assuming none of the other KCs are adjusted. Oh shit. God damn it. Why do you heal so much? Last kill of the day. Soul runes. Fitting end. Losing a piece of my soul every day we don't get it. SMH. Alright. We're going to call that there for today. Thank you guys for watching. Tomorrow, same time, same place. Hopefully not same content. As I said, I'll be probably doing another 31-ish tonight to get to that 4470. I was going to say. I remember. Anyway, I'm going to go eat. It's my food time. Thank you guys for watching again, and we'll see you tomorrow.